Check, check. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Have a new week. Alright, let's take a quick look at the notes. New week, new list, week 15. Which is the 9th to the 13th of June. So let's just have a look at what we did last week. We got Spidey and Hostility, player reaction, player hostility, player reaction. That's actually meant to be Spidey and reaction. Spidden. Spidey and reaction. Copy paste nodes in the editor. Copy paste subtrees in the editor. So we actually did do copy paste subtrees in the editor as well, which is good. Copy paste nodes in the editor is nearly finished. Didn't manage to quite finish that. So copy paste nodes in the editor. So we will basically move these into the next week, into this week's goals. How do you do this again? Checklist, goals. So combat with Spidey and NPC. So we want to do the player reaction bit. And then combat Spidey and NPC. Player hostility. Combat with Spidey NPC, player reaction. Combat with Spidey, player hostility. So that bit, there's no animations for or anything, so we're just gonna have to kind of fake that a bit without animation. Well, actually, no. It must have an attack. The player rig must have an attack animation. We'll check that out. Combat with Spidey and NPC reaction, and the last one was copy paste nodes in the editor, which is probably the first thing we're going to work on because it's nearly finished. All right, and once all those things are implemented, we do have the first prototype of combat done. All right. So let's get going then. So if this is going to be I'm going to say if this is going to be a scrolly list now, I kind of want that to be at the top. Well, won't worry about that for now. Let's go to the Twitch and just check that we've uploaded everything to YouTube as a backup. So the last one we did was 5 hours 47 minutes. That was Combat 9. So this one, 6 hours and 1 minute, is going to be Combat 10. That's 10 days working on combat. They're not public these yet. We'll make them public eventually. All right. Hopefully that works. Doesn't always export. All right, so we were working on copying and pasting subtrees and nodes. So copy and paste works. So if I copy the subtree works, sorry. So if I paste the subtree, we can paste it. And what's awesome is I can go to a different brain and paste it in there as well. Let's just check undo redo for that. So if I paste the subtree in there, and then I open another brain and I paste it in there and I do undo, it just undoes that. So I guess what I want to do is move that and then paste a subtree. Yeah, cool. So separate undo redo for each brain. Okay. So now, if I copy a node, that doesn't work yet. I do copy node, duplicate node works. But copy node and paste node doesn't work. Just say paste subtree. Okay. So that's in the brain editor. No, it's in the inode editor. So here it is. So we've got copy subtree there. We don't have anything for copy node. So we might just make a completely separate class. Which is just called copy node. This is actually simpler. So it's just source nodes dot add p parent, and obviously this has got to be called just p node because it's not a parent anymore. And then we do the writer and the reader, and then the paste. I think that's just the same. So we don't need to do connect children either. Because it's just a single node we're talking about. All right. And even though there's only one node, we need it in an array, because I think these writers, this writer and reader expects an array of node pointers. So we'll keep it as an array. And that's basically it for the copy. And the paste. So now to actually use this, get to the right part of the code. We just want to go copied nodes equals copy node. And then let's just check that that does what we think it does. So we'll just run that. Specifically, I might just check if we do a copy subtree, and then we do a copy node. So this has actually got stuff in it already. It's got a copied subtree in it. Alright, so this might not actually, doesn't actually put in any duplicated nodes because we haven't implemented that yet, but we'll just check. I just want to check that it's not doing a heap. No. And we just release the old storage. Yeah, I think that's fine. That's totally fine. But what we need to actually do, oops, is when we do create member, what do we actually do? Else if auto data is equals reader.storage try unwrap copy node. Just that, I think. It's the same. Okay. So let's run that again now. And we'll just see if we get the duplicated node. Oh. That's a copy node pointer, actually. All right, so if we just copy this action, copy node, and then copied nodes now has a duplicate node in it. Which is just the source node copied. So does it get a different localization tag? E739. Yeah, it does, which is good. The localization tag there is just a unique ID into the localization system in case we want to localize any text associated with this node, which we may or may not want to do, but it has to be unique, and it's unique. Right. So, we've got paste subtree. So I'm going to change this. I'm going to say do that. And this is kind of just the same, really. But it's copy node. And this is paste node. That's basically it. So I just need to check if you can copy and paste the single node on the same, in the same file and on a different file. So copy node, paste node. There we go. Check that undo redo works. Yep. We actually need to do this menu draw separator there and there. Let's get that separator. Now we also need to see we can paste nodes between two different brain files. So copy node, and then we'll open another brain file, paste the node. Good. And then we can't paste a node in a different type of node editor. So like the dialog nodes have no concept of action nodes. So so the paste is not there. Brilliant. That's done. So I might also put a separator in between the duplicates and copies. Menu draw separator. And then that, I think, is it. So we can actually mark that one as done straight away. So player reaction, combat with Spidey and NPC. By player reaction, I mean the animation has got a fire that has been hit, and you've got to like set up this whole idea of HP, strength, defense, all these RPG mechanics. So right now he gets hit and it literally does nothing. So he needs to react. See if we have any reaction animations. In Hero Pro. It does have an attack animation, so we can actually, when we want him to attack, he does have an attack. Crouch. That's actually not a bad getting hit animation either. Idle from fall. We can use that. As they're getting hit. So he gets hit and he just goes boof, boof, boof. Oh, oh. He's getting hit. So idle from fall. Idle from fall. Is there a duplicate? Can we duplicate this animation? Is that not a thing that they offer? Spine animation. Duplicate. Spine duplicate animation. Copy and pasting animations. That's 2017, so that's a long time ago. $2023. Well, I'm not sure. Doesn't have a context menu. So we won't duplicate it. Oh, duplicate, there we go. Idle from fall, duplicate. Right, we're going to rename it. Hit. Alright, then let's export that. Alright, so we should. Alright, so actually what we need to do is launch straight into the game now. So we need to pick up when the hero has been hit. Somehow. All right, so animation routines. We do have custom events. Let me get the event combat attack state changed for entity ID and old state and new state. How do we get the attacker? Because we need to set one of these custom events for the hero, but we need to know who is the attacker. So this isn't actually quite correct either, because the entity ID, just need to say if data entity ID is equal to rig.getID. We only want it to apply to this rig. Now then, So a combat controller in it. What does it have in it? Does it have who? Got attack targets. So we can say if we are an attack target. So for Hero Pro now, on animation event, let's craft item. Hero roaming. So we don't have the on animation event. We should put it in. We'll say if e.type is equal to custom, so we want to see so we want to go. I'm going to do basically the same thing here. So it's not the entity ID, it's the we need to get the animation control. Yeah, so we don't know. We don't know who is sending this event at the moment. Could send another event saying that. So we have a warming, attacking, attacked, cool down, finishing. How do we want to handle this then? Basically, like the animation event needs to send in the ID. ID of the thing. That is the animation event is being called on. We could do that. So we set the event data there. So we could put like an ID. We could either put an ID in there or here, this event type could be an actual type that has an ID in it. Yeah, we'll do it this way. So I want to say template class event type struct custom event U64 owner ID event type E, not data or whatever, like that. And this so the U64 owner ID, and this is custom event owner ID equals owner ID dot data equals data, like that. And then we're going to go if auto result try and unwrap custom event of type T, return result data, else return octref of T. So all we need to do is modify this. Where this is basically e.entity-id. Now. And that means on the animation routines bit now, data, so we want standard optional U64 get custom event owner. Now then, I think no. This actually has to be custom event T. Return result. So this is data owner ID. Okay, so let's just get rid of all these compile errors if there are any. That's all right, actually. And probably have to say and data. Okay, so data's a bad name. New state is equal to e combat attack state. Attacked. Say EVT. We might rename this to attack rather than attacked. As well. So we have attacking attack rather than attacked, because attacked is past tense, obviously. So, yeah. Let this build first before we change the name. So at least now we have the entity ID of the creature or NPC that is doing the attack. Okay, we'll rename this to attack. Rename this to attack. Which means up here now, I want to get the animation controller. Oh, hang on a second. We need to know the rig ID for to get the animation controller out of the attacker. So that doesn't work, unfortunately. So how do we get around that then? Okay, let's just see us calling this again. Here. So maybe we put the owner in there. Oh, hang on a second. We might actually be getting the rig of the Spidean. Let's see. In which case, that would be fantastic. If we're getting the rig of the Spidey, I mean, that actually also might be very confusing. Oh, we've broken it though. Probably this. Data, event. So it needs to be an attacking. Oh yeah, because the attack comes when this strike happens. That's why. Attacking is when you start the animation before the strike happens. So we're not getting any events. Loop end. Are we getting any customs? Not getting any customs. Okay. Ah, because it's just been fired on the override routine. No, it should be Spidey and roaming. Ah, so it's only being fired. Okay, I think this is, yeah. So the event is only fired on the routines inside. So only the rig, only the Spidey and rig will get the event. Okay. Which means that this can't be a thing. So animation types. We want initialize. We actually just want to listen for get game events. Listen for G event. Combat attack state changed. I'm going to say if E new state is equal to E combat attack state attack. So let's just put a breakpoint in there. And this should be the point where we can pick up in the Hero Pro rig, which is the playable character, when an attack is happening, but we don't know if it's him that's being attacked yet. Attack already. Oh, it was a bite probably. So it's entity ID, so that's the attacker. So we need to go if auto So get a combat controller of e.entity_id, right? If cc get attack targets, and we want to get attack target types as well, I think. Say for auto target ID, get attack targets. And then we want to go if auto AC equals get game state, get animation controller for the target ID. I'm going to say if AC get animated rig type is equal to type. So that means if it's this type of animated rig that's getting attacked, which it is. Now we can send the custom event that we're being attacked. So it'd be like AC send animation event custom, and we just need an actual animation event for being attacked. Owner ID, maybe we take the owner ID out now. Or we could leave it in. We don't need it necessarily, but it might be useful later. Let's take the owner ID out. Let's take the owner ID out. And remove this custom event thing that we put in. And this is just now event type data. Right, let's just see what compile errors. And this is just T. So we can just return event data. Try and wrap T. Which not worry about that for a sec. This is entity ID. And this is new state. And now this is just E. So we can send an animation event there. Could be anything. So I wonder if we should get the actual game state to send an AG event combat attack event rather than do this. Or we could get the combat controller to send a combat attack event. Do we need to do that? No, I don't think so. So now it would be nice to send individual combat attacks. Maybe. So you could say like if state equals attack, we could go for each attack target ID in attack targets, send an event for each of them. So we could do like get game events, send G event combat attack. And then dot source entity ID. It's just ID dot test entity ID is equal to the target ID. Do that. You can just send one combat attack, and then each thing can listen if it's being attacked, rather than have to wade through and check that it's being attacked. So I think we'll do that. And then that means the rig type can just listen for G event combat attack, and it can go get the animation controller for the e.dest entity ID AC send animation event custom E. Something like that. There's a problem here. G event combat attack. I think we need to include it in this list. Try that again. So they basically get individual attack events. So right now we've got basically the Spidey listening, the hero listening and sending. So we need to go if AC get animated rig type is equal to type. See, this is quite generic. This has nothing to do with the actual Hero Pro rig. So this could go somewhere else. Maybe. Anyway, so that means the routine for Hero Pro if e.type is equal to custom if auto data equals get game state animation controller rig.getID. If auto data equals AC get custom event data for G event combat attack. Data test entity ID is equal to rig.getID. We are being attacked. That's what that means. So this is essentially rig.set animation track 0. What did we call it? Attack or hit, I think it was called. False. Rig.q animation track 0 idle. Okay, so let's just see if it actually reacts to getting hit. So if this works, I might change this to be a bit more like not just on the Hero Pro, but like it will just send an event, send an animation event for any attack, rather than just the Hero Pro rig. We'll see. Because this is going to have to get duplicated for every single type of rig. Right. Oh, look, it gets hit. Oh. Look at that. Not too bad, really. It's getting stuck there, though. It's stuck in a loop. But anyway, that's all I wanted to do. Alright, let's check that in. So where does this initialize get called? I kind of want to do this before the initialize gets called in initialize rig types. So we can do it here. We can do it in initialize rig types. Where was that? Where did that come from? Rig types. Okay, where is initialize rig types? Where is that? Here. So that happens for, oh, that's static. That just gets called once. So we want rig type has rig type has on animation event is callable. Oh, is it there? Yeah. That's x.type. So what that means, if that's worked properly, is that all animated rig types will receive this event now. So it just sends the animation event. So get the we probably want to send it for the source entity as well. Send it to the source entity, but we won't do that yet. All right. So let's just check that then. So it will get sent to the dest entity type. Hasn't built. Hasn't built. Can't get the breakpoint. All right. Can I get the breakpoint now? I cannot. Oh, it's not for the rig types. That's why. It's the animation routines. Is that what? Yes, it's the animation routines. It gets them. And an animation routine doesn't necessarily know which type it is. No, it's the rigs. We don't do this test. That's it. So we send it. Yeah, this is the Hera Pro rig. And then it sends it to all the routines. There we go. So it's the same, it looks the same, but the thing is, now all animation routines can listen for the G event combat attack. without specifically registering for them. So like the harvest ground item routine could as well. So now the harvest ground item routine can listen for this. And then we just do this, I presume, to like cancel the routine. So if we're harvesting a ground item and we get attacked, he'll call a hit and he'll go back to idle. Should probably do that. And he'll basically have cancelled his animation. And the same with actually with craft item. So if you're crafting an item and you're getting attacked, it's the same thing. Okay. Well, there we go. So it can respond to being hit, which is awesome. Next stage is to go more into like the RPG style mechanics of being hit. So we need to calculate we need things like how many hit points happened on the hit. That's got to be in there. What was the damage, essentially? So obviously, like the Spider needs stamina. The hero needs HP. Looks pretty brutal, that. Defense, critical hits, all that type of stuff. Alright, I'm going to make a cup of coffee and have a 2-minute break, and then we're going to start this. It's kind of like a brand new system, this. You know, attack damage, critical hits, defense, strength. Like all this stuff does. Where are we? It just plays the animation. This has got nothing to do with like the stats. We do have this thing called an attribute controller, which we'll probably have to we'll expand this All right, 2-minute break. Okay, I'm back. More coffee. Okay. So, attribute controllers. Um, okay. They get events pushed onto them, I assume, which sends attribute events. Man, this is mental. This is quite old, I think. So this is like not an initialize. This is a launch. What's the problem here? Launch identifier not found. Really? Apart from it's there. Why is it not found? That's weird. Yeah, well, I've definitely broken something there. It's fine with it being called initialize internal, but not launch internal. No, it's fine with it. I don't get it. Or whatever. Must have been spelled wrong. Okay, so this is literally just taking all the attributes. What's the sprite attribute resource? Just general resources for the things attached to the world, I think. So how do I reduce HP? It looks like we're mixing up resources and attributes together. We're mixing them together. We don't have such thing as a resource controller. Maybe we should split this up. Because they're not really the same thing. And attributes literally are just for this stuff. Level up, change EXP. Change resource, change HP. Just want to know why we put resources in here in the first place. Probably just because this is nice. This attribute thing is nice. The resources having an attribute associated with them. attribute controller, add resource, ground prefab, type. So what's this for? So you can take a resource and inventory item type. Okay. We might split them up. Attribute controller to have a resource controller and an attribute controller. Decreases resources by get attribute, get resource attribute. Because under the hood, resources I suppose are just numbers that increase and decrease over time, just like attributes. Yeah, I think so. Let's just get a starting point. And then so in the economy, I'm going to put a resource controller. Then I'm going to create a resource controller CPP file. And wherever that has gone, here. So we just need to, it doesn't compile in debug mono. Does that work? Exclude from build, yes, in debug mono. And we need to build it in one of the build files. Okay. And we don't want foo. So let's look at the attribute controller. And we'll split them in up. So that goes there. Attribute change resource. That goes there. Resource attribute. Okay, so this is like a list of all attribute resources. So we want resource attribute. So we want U64 ID, array of resource attributes. Get resource attribute S32. So we need to include attribute there. So work is kind of an attribute, is kind of a resource, is it? No, data is a resource. Work is not a resource. Interestingly, we don't have a data as a resource type. Add resource. All this stuff needs to be here. And we got add data and get data and stuff. That needs to be an actual resource, I think. We need launch internal. Sprite attribute resource. What is that? So I think all these need to be forward declared in the other file. And we'll put data as a resource. And then add data. What does that do? Data.change. So that's in the add resource. It would be just data. Okay, so I think obviously those need add data, get data need to be changed over. Okay, so let's just create method implementations. All right. E-inventory item type. So we actually need E-inventory item type. Okay. So the launch, so this needs to go call launch internal. This needs to call launch internal. And all launch internal does is it creates a resource. So do resources dot empty creates a resource for each type of resource. For R in uncount E attribute resource type resources dot in place resource attribute the attribute resource type. That's all that does. That means we can't actually ever change the order of these. Well, it's a save value 32, so we won't do that anyway. Okay. Add resources. Span of resources. Of sprite attribute resource. Okay. Add resource. So this is actually add to resource rather than add resource, I think. So all these add to resources. Add to resource. So add to resource, that's what it's actually doing. Just move this over there a little bit. So add to resource. Also want get resource attribute. Right, it's for attribute resource type. So I might want to do this a little bit differently. Maybe. Um, so can I do this? Wow. How do I want to do this? So what it does now is it uses the type as the index into the array, which is kind of fine, I suppose. What would be nice is to do something like standard get. No, we couldn't do that. Yeah, we'll just do this for now. Resources, standard, to underlying, type, amount. And not the safest. So we could do something like Something like that. Except that's not compile time. It'd have to be not even allowed. No. Help if I actually typed it properly. Um, yeah. Can we set that like that? We can. That kind of like hard codes them in. Which is safer than having an array. But it just means if you had another one there, we've got to add it in there as well, which is fine. And then we can just have basically, instead of an array of resource attributes, we could just have that. Whoops. Okay, so let's get this attribute controller here compiling before we move on. And then we can get the whole code base compiling. So we're just going to if zero a bunch of this stuff out. That can go away. So this will be compiling now. So I can just get rid of that. So that doesn't make sense now. To have a launch internal. And this is just get resource types. Get resources. This returns resources now. What's this then? Must be a different error. Where's the error? So it must be here, really. So this has to be something like standard. Okay. So we want to get resource. Attribute resource. A resource attribute. Standard. No, it would be optref resource attribute. Get resource. True resource type. Okay, whatever then. So optref resource attribute. Get resource. So for each type of resources, so this is actually select type, I think. So it would be select type. Ooh. Yeah, we don't know what type it is. So we kind of like want a select type. A runtime. So it'd be something like I'll do it here for now. And that is if x equals type result Something like that. Okay, so the problem with that is that has to be an opt ref to type. Like that, because that might not be able to set. So this would be select type resources. Right, yeah. So the problem with doing that is that it's to be templated, which is no good really. So that has to be template class template resource type get resource turn select type resource type resources. I don't know if it's getting a bit too complicated doing it this way. Bunch of errors here. That's probably because of this though. Anyway, we don't even need that. That, I think, is the problem. Okay. Already has a body. So that's if auto result equals select type resources return result. So select this select type here. Well, hang on. Before we do that, let's just get this to work. So this would be actually select type. Class compare type. That's actually compare type. So this would be select type. Maybe that has to be auto. Don't know if this will work. Some weird C++ going on now. Yeah, it doesn't know what type it is really. Can we do something like resource type? Nah, I think this is too difficult. We'll have it as an array instead. Okay. It would have been too complicated, I think. Let's see if that builds. Add to resource. Already got a body. Return resources. All right. So add to resource. So if you look at the attribute controller again, add resource, a bunch of stuff compiled out. Right, I'm going to put that over here as reference. Add to resource. So let's just have a look at what this is. So to get the attribute controller, right, that'll take 2 minutes. Use the loo, I won't be long. back. So what does this actually do then? If it doesn't have an attribute controller, it returns 0. Okay, so that's hard coded to hero as well. We do amount equals value. Because we're increasing the amount. And I think this just has to return the change. Like that. Get inventory item controller. So we need to include inventory item controller. Yes, get resource attribute. So this is just get resource attribute. E attribute event type. So this is to do with the attribute controller. You can push an event on it. Which sends an attribute event. Who's listening for this? Couple of places. Attribute do work. Attribute change resource. Attribute world item change HP. World item change sends an attribute event. So here, yeah, this is all a little bit sketchy, innit? Attribute change resource. Push measure. Increase attribute resource. Now the resource is actually probably going to come from the resource controller now. Okay. So we'll keep that there. So we might have to do a resource event. So we'll do struct g event resource event. And then we want the attribute event type. So we want eResource event type, I think. And then it was changed. So the attribute controller. So we want changed. Amount changed or something. Attribute change resource. So we want value changed. Like that. And then in the game event types, you want to for declare that. So it would be UCFR actor ID, attribute, resource event type, and then hybrid storage. 32 context. So where is the attribute? Attribute event, G event, resource event. And this is just a resource. We don't need that anymore, I don't think. No, we do. We do, because we've got a type and a context. So this is the context for it. Resource changed. Our resource attribute changed. So the resource controller now has a push event in the attribute and it just sends that event, which I don't think we want to do. What we want to do is we want to go get game events, send G event, resource event. And it's the actor ID, the type, and the context. The actor ID is the ID. The type is eResource event type value changed. Dot context equals resource attribute changed. Well, type equals we could have an increase or a decrease, couldn't we? But we could just have the amount. No, actually, I think we need the actual... Yeah, it's the resource type, sorry, that we're on about here. Type equals type. Timber, working on attributes. Yeah, that's right. So, to do with combat again. So we've got to the point now where you can get attacked by the creature. And now I'm writing what the system that handles the attack, you know, like you want to decrease HP. You might want to increase the power of the attack if the Spideon's been buffed. You decrease the stamina of the enemy, you know, or whatever. You know, you want to be a system to be able to handle all that type of stuff. And I did have like an attribute controller before, but I wrote it a long time ago. So I'm kind of rewriting it. Hope you're doing all right. Hope you had a good weekend. So we've got the type. And the amount. Change. So we could... Yeah, we'll just leave it at that for now. It's already an int, which is awesome. Oh, wow. Congratulations. Oh, I had to withdraw it after. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, that's kind of good though, isn't it, I suppose? It's disappointing, but you don't want to actually spend all that money and realise that your house is going to fall down. But yeah, I've been there actually. Good that you're looking for a house though. It's quite hard to buy houses these days. At least it is in England. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Where you're looking to live. In New Zealand, yeah. Oh yeah, I remember talking to you about that, about New Zealand. Yeah, it's hard in England as well. You know, the average house prices. I think like the average salary is like £40,000, and the average house price is like £350,000 or something. So, and they all want like 20% deposits. So that's like you need 70 grand to even get a mortgage. It's really hard. If you're self-employed, you know, it is really hard because you don't have pay slips really. Because I'm self-employed. You can't prove to a mortgage company. All right, yeah, cool. Yeah, friend of mine, her family's just moved to New Zealand. Not permanently. I think her husband is managed to get a couple of years' work out there, so they've all moved out there last 2 months ago. They're having a great time. So add to resource is also a bad name really, because you could add a negative number to a resource. That's fine. So it should be change. Come on. Change resource value. Change resources value. And let's just see what that actually is. Source resources. Sprite attribute resource. So what even is that? Sprite resource. Sprite attribute. Of course we couldn't call it sprite resource. Sprite attribute resource. Okay. So that has to just go through auto source in source resources. Change resource value. Source. Type source value. I think that's what it is. Source value dot random. Just freelance. So right now, I'm not working for anybody or anything. So this freelance where you work for somebody, I don't know, like contract for somebody. I'm just doing it on my own. I'm just on my own at the moment, just me. Who knows where it'll go? I don't know. Might end up, if somebody wants some game programming done, might end up going freelance. I'm not sure. Right now, I'm just having fun doing my own projects, really. You know, eventually it might lead into a game that can be sold on Steam or something. Maybe. Don't know. Okay, so the attribute controller for the world item. That's a bit more complicated. So what is happening there? You have to have the game. Yeah, straightforward to get it listed on there. Yeah, but you gotta have the game. You've gotta have the game, and you've gotta have the people to buy the game as well, which is also hard, isn't it? I think these days, if you just put some out on Steam, it's just gonna be released into the ether, and nobody will know about it. because there's so many games released on there. That's why I'm not really in a hurry to really release anything, because, you know, it would be no point really. I suppose you'd have to get some hype about the game you were going to release, which might take a long time, especially if you don't really have a marketing budget. What's it saying here then? Error, sprite attribute resource pointer. Unknown size. Not sure what it's complaining about there. It must not know what sprite attribute is on, or does know what it is. Maybe it doesn't actually. Need to include sprite states. A lot of luck involved. Yeah, exactly, yeah. If you want a massive hit, I mean, depends what you need. If you need to pay for your lifestyle, you know, pay for rent and bills, you need quite a lot of money coming in every month to do that. So you need to have a really serious game. But if you're just looking to sell a few copies, you could just work on your own marketing. And then maybe one day a big streamer will pick it up, but you don't rely on it. Change resource value, undeclared identifier. Inventory item types. We need to include inventory item. Still doesn't like that. I'm getting some strange compile errors. That must include inventory item. It does. We don't actually need that. Probably because these are const actually. No, that's just a copy. So it doesn't know about world item. Where is world item? It's in game state. Change resource value. Getting some really weird compiler errors because now it's compiling and it was giving me errors a second ago. I need to look at the build. I'm not really sure. I didn't do anything then. Okay. Add to resource. E-inventory item type. Okay. And that's change resource value. See if we still end up getting these compile errors. No, it seems to be fine now. So this is probably get resource value. Just changing the actual names around as well of the API. Because this is an old, I'm changing an old piece of code here. So I'll just get. Not that get. It is get. Get on the old one as well. Has resources for crafting resources. Yeah, I agree. Have you got a young daughter? I've got a young daughter. I've got a 5-year-old. Yeah, I mean, it's like any kind of business, I think. If you go in to try and make tons of money, it's kind of the wrong attitude. It's a nice byproduct, but you need to actually enjoy the industry and the making of the thing. Not just be like, I'm going to sell millions of copies of a game, because that's just It's unrealistic expectations, really. Turns 2. Also, she's little. Oh, that's cool. It's knackering, innit? It's tiring. Yeah, we've got... my little girl turned 5 in last May. So, last month. Tiring, though. Although she's not so bad now. She's out of the toddler bit. I've gone from the problem of trying to get her to sleep at night to trying to wake her up for school in the morning, and she doesn't want to get up. Just flipped round. She finally slept properly at 3, and then it swapped to trying to get her up. When by the time she was 4.5, she didn't want to get out of bed. Oh yeah, it's fun. It's really good. It's one of the reasons why I started streaming is because she's gone to school now. So I have free time in the day for the first time in 5 years. So that's what I'm doing with it. I've got some time. Before she was born, I used to do this, but I didn't used to stream. I just used to code on my own. And then you have 4.5 years of bringing up a little kid, and then they go to school, and that's weird because all of a sudden you get time back, which is weird. After so many years of not having it, you need to find something to do. Yeah. Study at night. Yeah. Yeah, it's the only time, innit? Alright. Has resources. Crafting attribute resources. So what is a crafting attribute resource? So it just has a resource type. If get resource. Oh, I see. Hey, alright. Alright, yeah, good. Yeah. It's like it gets exponentially easier, I think. You know, if you do get the time back eventually. Yeah, exactly. And you can study now. You're studying now to get a new job. It's not the idea. Which is obviously a very good thing to do with your time. Get resource is undefined. So this is get resource value. Decrease resources by to still build then. No. Get resource value is not a member of resource controller. There's something going on here, because it definitely is. It's almost as if it's not reporting the first error. Get resource value is not a member of resource controller. Attribute resource type. Yeah, that'd be nice, thank you. All right, okay, yeah. Yeah, daycare is expensive, for sure. They've just released... My daughter was too old, unfortunately, but they just changed the benefits here. So if you've got a child from 9 months, I think, they can get 30 hours free nursery or daycare per week, which is pretty good. So when my kid was that young, it was from 3 years old. But now it's either 6 months or 9 months old. They've changed it. So it saves you a lot of money. So you get 33 hours. Yeah. It's like £60 plus a day. So if you wanted to send them in 5 days, like the school week, it's like £300 a week, which is insane. So that's how much, save a lot of money. So I don't really know what's going on here because crafting attribute resource is in the craft, probably because we don't. It's reporting that it's not reporting the usual errors. It's reporting that rather than it can't find the crafting attribute resource, it's reporting the next error down. So I don't know what's going on. So now it's saying get resource value is not a member of resource controller. Maybe it's this build, problem with this build. Actually, we're not even using that. We're just building straight the file from this single file. Now it worked. That worked. Yeah. It's expensive, isn't it? Everywhere. And some parents, like, they have to go out to work, so they have to put the kids in the daycare and they have to pay that, so they're like essentially working for nothing. But if you're an ambulance driver or something, or a nurse in a hospital, you really gotta go to work because you're like saving people's lives and stuff. All right. So I've half-heartedly filled all this in, so there might be bugs everywhere. Not sure. So add to resource makes sense. Add to resources, so add the world item to the resources, so it breaks them down, and all the resources in the world item Thank you. Cup of tea made for me. Yeah, exactly. And the people who do that type of thing, like nurses or whatever, it's the type of person they are. They feel honor bound as well. Like, they feel guilty if they weren't going back into work and helping because their work's so important. So then they're torn between the two, aren't they? Like, do you stay at home with your kid or do you go to work and save people's lives? It's difficult. It's a really difficult situation. Like, because me and my wife self-employed, it's like we have to go to work as well because if we don't work, we don't get maternity benefits or anything. You only get that if you work for somebody. So we had to work, otherwise, our income would be literally zero. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, you're doing like the stay-at-home dad thing. That's kind of what I do, I suppose. Not quite that. Like, me and my wife have a business together that we both obviously contribute to, but I do all the school pickup and stuff because I like that. I like that stuff. Right then, so we've got the resources in its own file. We can take all this out of the attribute controller now and hope that the build behaves. The data, so data is a resource now. So we may as well just scrap that as well. Add data and get data. And data. And then we've got attribute change data. That can go away. All right. So now we've just got to change where all these calls happen. So where the resource controller needs to be used and the attribute controller needs to be used. So the first thing we'll do is in game state, we want to be able to create resource controllers. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, nice one. That's good. That's great that you're still getting time to study. Nice. All right, so where's attribute controllers? Create attribute controller. Create attribute controller. Get attribute. Get. So all these attributes need to be resources. Resource controller. And then we need array of them. Yeah, nice one. It's good when you finally start, when you get routine after it. It's like first year's pretty crazy in it because you're trying to establish the routine. It like upends your life so much that you don't really know what you're doing for a while. And then second year, you get into a routine and life's a bit more straightforward. I might make these a bit more generic as well, eventually. So game state, resource controllers.empty. Because if you add a new controller type, you've got to go into places of the code, like here, to empty them all before the game is loaded. Whereas if I just had a list of controllers, I could automate this. Oh wow, yeah. But she's alright now, is she? It's good. My daughter was 3 weeks early, but she was underweight. She wasn't underweight. 11 weeks is early, isn't it? It's really early. Yeah, man, never straightforward. Then I could create all these, automate all these. I might put a note in actually, in the to do. Automate all the controller API. The controller API. I might do that, that'd be nice. No, nice one. Is she walking yet? That's crazy when they start walking. Never sit down again. Okay. Create resource controller. Just auto index equals resource controllers dot get our index of. If index is less than resource controllers dot get count, index equals resource controllers dot in place. Walking, talking. Oh yeah, nice one. My little girl was like a rugby ball. It was like, when she was like 2, she'd like stand on the back of the sofa and then like jump off it onto the floor. She was like absolutely mental. In a good way. Just jumping around all over. And set up like obstacle courses for her in the living room and stuff, and she'd like zip around the living room and absolutely love it. Get resource controller. Nice one. Yep. Oh yeah. You take her to soft play. Do you have that type of thing? I assume you do. You know, like big warehouses full of stuff they can climb all over. We've got one in my town, which is good. So we don't know about the equals for resource controller. This is the other ID. Chipmunks are mint. Cool. Yeah. It's kind of the place where around here, like all kids and have their birthday parties, you know. So we had our daughter's birthday party. Ours is called Mini Monsters. It's good. And they get to like, so they cook them all dinner and stuff. So they play, then they cook them all dinner, and then they have like a dining room for the birthdays. And whoever's birthday it is gets to sit on a throne. So she was completely obsessed with sitting on this throne, like looking forward to it. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It has the throne as well, does it? I wonder if it's just a standard business model that they all have. All right. Let's try and build this again. So the resource controllers need to get saved. All right, see you in a bit. The resource controllers need to get saved in the save file as well. Now. So where do we want to go from here? I think entity state types. So wherever we create an attribute controller, here we need to create a resource controller as well. Okay. So we'll just do game state create attribute controller. And this is game state create resource controller. RC, and then it's going to be add to resource. Change resource value. Yep. So that doesn't have a resource controller, the planting droid. probably should make one for it. Batteries. So this is the save file. Which also crafting slot state, create attribute controller. So crafting definitely needs. So here's the attributes and resources. So this is the bench. Might even need an attribute controller for the bench. The crafting benches need an attribute controller. Don't know. Okay. So the game saves load entry attributes. Say load entity attributes. Where's save entity attributes? Save entity attributes. Okay. So we delete all the save files. Where are they? Game saves. And we'll have to work on this. So we'll do it here. We're going to go save entity resources and load entity resources. So this is the actual save file when you save the game. We've got resources here as a separate thing, which is good because that means it should have been different. Batteries may seem like the resources, but all the battery does is it just gives something stamina. And a stamina is an attribute, it's not a resource. A resource is something you can get from the world, the outside, the outside world. Like iron ore. Okay, so what does save do? So I think all I'm going to do I'm going to change, copy this entity resource and these don't need to know about the resources anymore. So this is just entity attribute. Get resource attributes. So how does it save like HP and stuff? Probably doesn't. So the attribute controller. So there is no such thing as HP yet. Not in the attribute controller anyway. So the attribute controller doesn't have a thing which is attributes yet. So I'm just going to, that's what we're going to actually build next. I'll get rid of them. And them. Okay. So it will be for auto RC in state. Get resource controllers. It's very similar to this. It's a save, yeah. So this is resource controller dot get resource attributes. So we need a save key for entity resource v1. See if that builds. Okay, so this is, yeah, this is the ID of the resource controller there. There's no such thing as a get ID. Well, there should be. It just returns the ID. Doing all right. I'm just modifying. So what I've separated the attributes, which are like HP, experience, points, anything else I want, stamina, away from resources, which are like iron ore or something, iron ore, gold, because they were in the same system originally. And right now, so I've separated them, but obviously all that stuff needs to get saved in a game save file. So I'm just extending the game save file to be able to save entity resources as well. So that's what I'm doing right now. And load them back up again. But it's going alright. I'm actually quite tired today, so I'm on kind of go slow. Actually was a busy weekend. Does that work? Yes. So this is where they're saved, and this is where they're loaded. So all the save file system is in the game is just basically a big directory of data. And then you have you have entries. Game save entries, which are just a key and then an offset where you can find that data in the file. And all these keys, the keys are authored here. So if you want to get a world item out of a save file, you'd use the world item key and it'd give you a number. And then you point to that offset in the save file and you can get the data out of it again. Just a text file. It's a binary file. It's a binary. These are the save files on disk. So these will be saved on the player's hard drive. And it has like thumbnails for each save. But they're just date, you can't read them. So when I want to load it, I go through all the entries in the save file. And if it's not a resource entry, I'll continue. If it is a resource entry, I'll do this thing called get entry data, which will go into the file, point to that offset in the file and cast it to one of these. And then that means I can use the actual data in the file as the entity resource type. Do you know what I mean? It's pretty fast. It's no loading out. Yeah. I mean, you load the save file, but then if you want to actually load data out of the save file, you just open the file, point to it, do a cast. So this get entry data is just a point. So that's the base of the file buffer. And then that's the data offset in the entry. And then you cast it to T pointer like that. So whatever this is. It's how quite a lot of save file systems work, I think. If you've done anything with Photoshop files, that's the same. It has a big table of codes and then an offset. And then the code just tells you what type it is, and then the offset tells you where it is in the file, and you just point to it. Anyway, we can actually probably test that somehow. But anyway, we can load and save resources. The loading and saving of the attributes, though, is incomplete now because we don't have a concept of attributes really at the moment. other than the batteries. That's what I'm going to write next with the combat, so we can give things HP. And strength and stamina. And I think stamina is in there. So we've got strength, experience, the level. So like, what level are you? AP. So if you get a level up, you get an AP point. And batteries are stamina. Because it was originally developed for robots, I called them batteries instead. So you can give them stamina bars, and you can have multiple stamina bars, and they deplete. When one depletes, it moves on to the next bar. This is all very old though, this code, I think. This is like a year old or more. When I was first starting to think about how this stuff might work. And for some reason I put resources in there as well. But resources are like used in the crafting system and stuff. They're not really the same, so I've separated them. Okay, so save, game save, load internal. So we want load entity resources. And then on save, wherever that is, here it is. Save entity resources. Yeah, I mean, I often rewrite as well, even now. You know, you write something, if you're doing a big code base like this, you do write something with the best intention that it remains relevant in a year or 2 years' time, but it's hard to guarantee that, so you often have to go back and write stuff again. The analogy I have is like, you're just like writing and writing and writing stuff to get stuff to work, and it's like this big kind of fat blob, and then you refine it and you revisit it and you like tone it up into this big ball of muscle. Do you know what I mean? And that's more what it's like, rather than write something and leave it forever. Very few things that you write and you leave forever and you don't touch again. Just some, you know, I suppose the basic data structures like an array, you probably write that once and then you'd never have to touch it again. Maybe add to it, but you would never have to rewrite it. But gameplay stuff, I've found it's better to just get something working, push on, and then when you start to discover the weaknesses of the system you've wrote, go back and then change it. So that works. So if I just build, there'll be a bunch of compile errors because a lot of stuff is assuming the attribute controller has resources in it now, and it doesn't. Yeah, that's right. That's when you start becoming a really good programmer, when you know before the fact how to write something generically enough to have it be reusable and extendable. Once you've learnt all the syntax and you're not getting struggling over compile errors too much and stuff, the second phase of learning to program is more to do with architecture. And that's like, obviously what I suppose separates novice programmers from intermediate programmers, if they have some understanding of architecture and how the code's going to be used, just not just how to write it, but how it's going to be used in the future and how it has to integrate with everything else. Okay. So this was to do with the fact now that we were trying to unwrap an attribute change resource, which doesn't exist. So this was using the attribute system as resources. So we will go get game events, listen, G event, resource event. Now, because we've created this new resource event thing. And we can just say if auto data e.context.try unwrap whatever we were sending as a resource event. Resource attribute changed. It's this. It goes here now. That has the amount in it. And the type. Yeah, and the type. So that's just data. And then that can go away now. Okay. Get resource attributes. Tick debug stuff. For hero. Now I think possibly, well, yeah, we'll say for hero because this is just debug stuff. So this comes from the resource controller now. Put that down there. For auto resource controller equals get game state, get resource controller for EMPCID hero. That goes there. Missing. That's an if. What kind of timber? What kind of? Did you tell me what you were working on? Was it you that was working on the shop inventory system? Someone was saying they were working on a shop inventory system. What are you working on? Okay. So let's continue. Find any more errors. I imagine there'll be a bunch in the crafting system. Game menus. Recipes. So we just basically need to go auto rc equals get game state dot get resource controller empcid hero. If not rc, return. So I wonder if we don't even need the attribute controller for this. Get resource value. Let's remove that. Oh, nice one. Yeah, repetition of code's an interesting one. I kind of have a little rule where I'll repeat it twice, and then if it needs repeating again, then I'll move it off into its own, reusable thing. That's kind of what I tend to do. But if it's just like, I'll copy and paste this and it'll work, and it's just the one, I'll do it, and then I won't go back. And then if I end up having to do it again, then I'm like, okay, well, maybe this actually does. Yeah, maybe this does actually need a more generic API or whatever. So this is the resource controller. Yeah, how are you doing your error handling? Because that's an interesting topic as well, like error handling. Quite a lot of ways to do it. All right, is this building? It is building. So I have. I think that you can go away. I have these two breakpoints to test the loading and the saving. The crafting, we can just test. Interesting, there was nothing to do with data there. All right, I might just rebuild everything, because I took calls out like get data and stuff. Which never got flagged as a compiler error. Alright, while this is building, I'm just going to take 2 minutes to go to use the loo. Right. Try catch. Yeah, cool. Yeah, try catch is a common one. Are you in C++? You should look at find a good example. Should look at standard expected if you're in C++ as well as try catch. I can't find a good tutorial on it though. Yeah, if you type in standard expected into Google, that's another error handling mechanism that's quite good. You don't have to use try catch. It's meant to be faster than try catch. But yeah, learn try catch because that's an important concept because it's in every programming language pretty much. But after that, learn about standard expected. Yeah, cool. I do use it, I think, sometimes. Not very often. So it allows you to put in like what you expect and then something that could have an error code. That asset result can have these not exist where it expired because this is like a multi-threaded thing. So yeah, if you wait, you can wait for like 1 second and the wait can expire, meaning that it didn't load in 1 second, but it allows you to return an unexpected with an error code or the thing that you want. So it's like a return two values in a way. So you can return like, you know, you can return, see if I can find out if I return. So you can return and then it's like, oh, if it doesn't return, you can just cascade the error back. You know, like a try catch will throw the error back up to each level of the call stack. You can just return an error code up the call stack. And it's quicker to do that than throwing up the call stack, I think. All right. What was I even doing? We got more errors, which is good because I expected to have more errors. Yeah, C++ is massive, that's the thing. What I would do is not concentrate on how big it is. I would look at like the more computer science based, like the fundamentals, like an array and a hash table and a stack and a heap and all these, and I'll try and make them in C++. and see how far you get once you've like got the basics of the language and stuff. Yeah. So try and write so you have the unordered map. Try and write your own. That'll give you a good foundation. If you know all these data structures foundationally, you'll become a better programmer, I think. Like how they work under the hood. For a language like C++, I mean, if you're using Python or whatever, you don't really care. But if you're choosing C++, then there's a reason why you choose it, and that's because you understand what the computer is doing. Trying to understand what the computer is doing. Add resources. Add EXP. That's what we're doing here. We're breaking the rock, so we need to have a resource controller to do that. We need the AC to add experience as well. So I'll probably put them right at the top. Nice one. Brilliant. Yeah. Yeah, so if you have a binary tree, you need one of those if you're doing games, you need one of those to do pathfinding. So that's good foundational knowledge there that you'll have learned. So when you come to do pathfinding one day, you'll be like, oh yeah, binary tree, yeah, awesome. I know that. Yeah, so that's my tree for pathfinding. It's a binary tree full of A-star cell pointers. And these are my balance in the binary tree. Which means, in this case, for pathfinding, you're trying to get the node or the cell that has the lowest score up to the top of the tree, so you can like pick it off the top of the tree to be your next node to work on for your pathfinding. There's a bit of an optimization because I just do it in an array, so it's not a tree structure, but you could do it as a tree. But it is a tree, but it's just stored in an array. Okay. So we do RC add to resources. And hash tables are good because it'll teach you about hashing data in general, which is a very important concept. Because you can do tons with hashing data. You know, how do you diff two files? How do you tell if one file is different to the other? If they're exactly the same size, and you don't want to do byte for byte comparison. You can hash, you hash the file. When you save it, you hash it. And the hash is just a number that represents the data in the file. And then if you do it to two files, if they're exactly the same, they have exactly the same number. And you know that the files are the same. So if you've got two images and you want to know if one image is the same as the other image, and you don't want to compare every single pixel, when you save the image, just save a hash of the data in the image, and then you just compare the hashes. And it's just a really fast way to compare if two images are the same. You're comparing two numbers then, as opposed to millions and millions of pixel colors. So yeah, it's a really important concept. Has resources. So this is get resource controller. Decrease resources by. So this is also get resource controller. Get resource source AC. So that's source RC dest RC. Yeah, it's vastly more efficient, yeah. Oh, another good example is so say if I load a save file from the game, right? If the player of the game has gone into the Steam folder, looked for the save files, opened one up, and then accidentally changed it a little bit, or deliberately, whatever. Now, if I load that into the game, say they delete one character from the save file. If I load that into the game's gonna load corrupted save data, which is undefined behavior. And you could imagine a terrible situation where the game can still run, and then the player makes another saves over that save file, but the game's running on undefined behavior. So all of a sudden, that player's lost their game, because if they load up the newly created save file, it's been made with undefined data. And that'd be like a game ending bug if they lost a save file. Say they only kept the one save file and they lost it, they'd lose their entire game. So what you can actually do is, in the header of the save file, you can include a hash of the save file itself. And then when you load a save file in the game, you can hash the whole file and check it against that number that's meant to be there in the file. And if they're different numbers, the save file's been tampered with, and you can just display an error there saying like corrupt save file. And that's a really important use of hashes. You can check the actual integrity of the data in the save file, and you won't ruin someone's game by accidentally Best case scenario is you load corrupted save data and it crashes the game. Worst case scenario is it doesn't crash the game, it just gives the player, minus 75 million gold. Which of course would be undefined. Like if you wanted to go and pay for something and had a negative gold amount, it would make a lot of systems break. Then they might have saved over that file and never be able to get it back again. So yeah, it's important to check integrity of files. Get resource value. Yeah, or over the network. People do it over the network as well. So if you're sending data over a network, it can get corrupted in some way, just because it's going through physical wires. Might just get corrupted. So you need to actually have a check that the data is what you thought it was, and it's usually done with a hash code of some kind. Like I hashed the data and I got this number at your end, you hash the data, and if you get the same number as me, the data is the same. Oh, there's a very, very, very high chance that the data is the same. Okay. So we've got AC there. So that can go there. And then this is auto RC. Get game state. Get resource controller. ID. And that's add to resources. We need it there as well. Put it here. So this is actually used quite a lot of places. Might have to test a bunch of stuff. So we're still getting nothing for the data. Maybe we don't use it. So the data is a resource as well. There's data as a resource in the game, so you can download data from like outer space. The data charger controller. And that doesn't actually puts it on cards. So a data card, data is an attribute. Right, so the data, because the data is stored in data cards rather than actually in the attribute controller itself. It's stored in items. I'm just familiarizing myself with how all this works. It's been a while. Okay. Right then. It's the wrong way around to start with. So we need to test a bunch of stuff. I think we'll just go through the prototype rooms and we'll just check if we can do all of the gameplay, basically. So we'll start with a save. So if I press F5, it'll quick save. And it will go to the resource controllers. There's 4 of them. 4 resources each. Unknown, data, carbon, iron ore. ID's not for all of them, which is not correct. So ID's not for that one. ID is a weird number for that one because it's a crafting slot. So we're not setting the ID. There we go. So that's ID. I'm assuming that works now. So if I press F5 to do a quick save, state, resource controllers, there's 4 of them, and there we go. IDs are weird. So there's a hero. So do we only give the hero a resource controller? Hero's got ID not. Entity state types. So the planting droid, do we not give the planting droid a... So on spawn, we do. So why is it not? Oh, it's because it's not spawned. That's why. Okay, let's go. Let's go back here. Where is the planting room? It's the next room, isn't it? All right, now it creates it. So if we press F5 now, it's got 5 resource controllers. One of them is, yeah. I suppose we better go and get some carbon, actually. How do we get carbon? Like this. Iron ore. Okay, so that gave Sven iron ore. Probably should give... Do you want it to go straight to the player? Interesting. Right, if we save it... Oh, save it again. So now, Sven the planting droid has got 14 iron ore. Okay, so if we just load this... F8 does a quick load. So this is the data controller. The entity resource for ID 0. So type isn't 0, which is the unknown type, which is probably fine. Type is data, carbon, iron ore. This is the second one. So I should have a look at data up here. So this is for the crafting. Okay, so it's 14 iron ore, so he's reloading it back. Whoops. So the actual iron ore, it says 0 there because that's displaying the player's iron ore. And it's Sven that's got the iron ore. We have this data here, which we don't seem to have a localization for, which is fine. That must be why in the where would it be? Why we were getting the actual attribute controller of the hero all the time. Okay. So the really good rock breaker, really good rock breaker is the thing that gives the player carbon. So the rock break effect. So rather than come from the owner ID, it comes from the hero ID. Let's just compare this with the unmodified. So, I know we were doing it with the owner ID there. So it must have been add to resources. Okay, attribute control. Let's just have a look, compare this with the unmodified as well. Here it is. We're always adding it into the heroes attribute controller. For resources. How do we want to handle that then? So if we go back to here, we'll go to the chest room. So if I break this, it's Sven that picks up the ore. But should it be the hero? Or should we make a code path? Or it could be Sven or the hero. Don't know. I don't think it should be in here, where it was before. It used to be in the attribute controller itself, which is now the resource controller. I think it needs to be... So the effects controller here. Rock break effect. Could hard code it into there. To be EMPCID hero, and then it will go into the hero, like the hero's resource controller. Question is do we want that all the time? Okay, we'll just test that. Or do we want to say like rock break effect, add another NPC that gets the actual resources rather than hard coding the hero to get the resources? I suppose I'm more of a fan of that actually. So now the hero got the INR and the experience rather than Sven. I don't know. It's a gameplay choice, that, isn't it? It's like, what are we going to show? What are we going to show when we are actually the robot? Are we going to show the robot's resources or the heroes? So what I think I might do is this rock break effect here. The owner ID, I want U64 resource claimant. Sorry, spell claimant. Claimant's a bit of a strong word, really. Resource target or something. I don't know. And then we're going to have U64 resource target. And we'll just set it. Okay. What that means is this is the resource target. Who gets the resources? Man, it's definitely not. Definitely is a build error there. So we can specify now who gets the resources. That's the best way to do it. And then gameplay, if we decide, we can decide later then whether it goes to the. So this is. So we'll just move this. This will be standard to underlying EMPCID hero. And we'll just move this effect into there. Yeah, would you make me a coffee? Is that all right? Thank you. Yeah. They're working on this now. Player reaction. Okay. Right then. So I'm happy with that for now. That just means we can specify if we want, you know, the droid, the green square, to take the resources, then we can say, or if we want the resources to go directly to the hero, we can also say. So now okay, so planting. Carbon, who got the carbon? Again, Sven got the carbon. So it's a similar thing. So this is in the really good rock breaker. So where do we do for the ground shock master? RC, add resource. So we want it to go to claim item breakdown. So we want them both, I think. Well, we're going to go ENPC ID hero for both of those as well. And what we might do is put them all here. So that means the result, even though it's this planting droid doing the work, the result ends up in the hero's inventory bag and it gives the hero experience. So I wonder if add experience, what does that do? Does it for hero look? Yeah. So that needs to go away. So that way, yeah, that was bad the way we were doing it before. So who's calling out experience? Because if there's a bunch of places where that happens. So this is the add experience of the attribute controller of the owner of this bag. So there might be a bunch of places then. So the crafting controller. So it's hero there. So we're specifically giving the experience to the hero there. Again. And we're specifically giving this is the planting controller. The experience. Oh. Aye. So this will be giving the experience to whoever owns this planting controller rather than directly to the player. this will be giving experience to the resource target. So we've handled that case. And that case. This case, where we're saying claim item. So it's the inventory bag, giving the experience to whoever owns the inventory bag. Thank you very much. It does, yeah. Actually. Thank you. So we might just do EMPCID hero there. So this is when we are getting an item from another inventory bag. So what does that experience do? Does it send an event? It pushes an attribute change event. An experience change event. Which is presumably picked up by the HUD or something. Maybe not. Yeah, there we go, the HUD. So I just want to know, basically, if we can pop up a little, do a little pop-up text of who gets the experience, and then we'll be able to know. So if Sven strikes the ground, it just says amount 6. It doesn't say who. Oh, that must be here in the actor ID 0. So it's going to whoever's the playable character. I don't think that's quite right. This is e.actor ID. And this actually, anyway, is kind of going to have to get, because we're going to have lots of different types of attributes. I don't want to have to write a change type for every single one. So when we move off the resources, this is going to have to get generalized. We need to actually get away from this room as well. So if we become the planting droid and we plant, we should get a little pop-up of experience. Oof. There we go, 7 experience and 11 carbon went to the player, the hero. Now that's kind of just debugging. That's just so I know who's getting what. In the game, it probably will end up being above Sven. 39 so interesting, got 2 sets of experience. This needs to be bigger now because we've got data. But is data even actually used? Okay, let's just run through these rooms. Because the data's stored in these cards now, it's not stored in the resource. Let's just charge another card up. Going into the blueprint, I don't think it's actually going in as a resource. Okay, take it out then. We're not using it. So we just want to check we need to make sure that we can craft something that contains a resource. And I think that's finished. We've split them up, which is good because then we can then start working on the attribute controller and continue with combat. Cannonball blueprint. So we need 16 iron ore, 2 iron ingots. We've got 30 iron ingots. We don't have any iron ore. So let's go and get iron ore. So we get iron ore by breaking these rocks apart. Cannonball. So we need 16 iron ore. We've only got 11 iron ore. Let's go and get more iron ore. I should have done that. Should have realised that. This is good though. It's like actually playing the game. It's not exactly a bunch of fun yet. I'm playing it. So now we can make it. Okay, so we put a cannonball into the slot. We'll craft. Get 5 experience. Release it. We get 1 cannonball, and that used resources. So that's the resource system in use now. The attribute system. So that's the EXP, which is definitely working because we've seen we've had levels up. I just want to check the stamina. Whoops. So if I go to, see he has, that's the current battery, and he's got 2 batteries. So if I just start, so you can see there, it's not going down, I don't think. So it's going down off the player, so that's a bug. Right then, so the ground shock master, how does it do the work? Do work AC, different AC, you see. So what I want to know is, what happens if it doesn't have enough stamina to do the work? You know? So this is an execute. Okay, so we've already established that he has enough stamina. Not enough energy. Execute hotbar item. So that's the is valid call. Is ready to use. So yeah, basically that will so that we've established that we have enough work. So this, whoever does the work, we need to go if auto STC equals game state dot get attribute controller for the ID. STC do work. So we have to make sure that it's the it's not the hero that's depleting his stamina, it's the actual droid. So what I might do is give Spidey stamina. Can do that now. When he attacks, he consumes stamina. Could do that. We'll do that when we do Spidey in response, I think. Alright, now the stamina's coming off. Okay, so how does it decide what work to do? Prefab. Inventory item prefab. So ground truck master work 4. So let's just whack up the work and see if it runs out. Work, we'll say work is 400. And see if we can't do it if we don't have enough stamina. Not enough energy. So is that looking at all the batteries as well? Where was it then? Let's make ready event on it. Ready state event. Here you go, execute hotbar item. Slot is ready to use. So it's not there. Somewhere else is actually. Oh, is it get status? Yeah, this is it. That's what it is. No, it's not that either. Would have thought it would be definitely that. Can do work. There we go. Execute tech bar item, get status. Can do work. The work is 400, so we go get remaining energy, which goes through all the batteries. Yeah, okay, I'm happy. So I think we're fully moved over now. Just taken all day nearly. Whatever. So now we can actually have HP on the player finally. He's invincible at the moment. He gets attacked and nothing happens to him. Okay. So I don't want these different because they're all the same. How does it work in resources then? We just have a resource attribute changed with the type of resource and the amount. Okay. So that's all the event types we want. We want enum class attribute type. Unknown. And then we want HP, EXP, AP, stamina, strength, defense. Loads of them. Look. Like, what is actually the D&D attributes? Strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, charisma. Do we just copy them? Is that even allowed? All right. So we've got strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom. I mean, maybe not that. Charisma. We do want stamina, we do want luck. Even though strength and stamina are quite similar. All the different attribute types for the game. Dexterity. Probably don't need dexterity really. So we've called it constitution. I mean, I would call that defense. Intelligence. Yeah, we could maybe have intelligence. Wisdom. Maybe not that. Charisma. I mean, yeah, because that we can use that for speech. And then we will do this. The attribute event type. So we definitely want struct attribute changed. attribute type. 32 amount. So calling this attribute's a bad name. Let's just build and just check it builds first. And then we're going to change the name of attribute. Going to take 2 minutes. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Timber, I've been talking, sorry. Are you doing a chance to get hit? Or is it just as if you're in range, get hit? What I might do is if you're in range, get hit, and then a critical hit and miss, maybe. So yeah, it will be chanced. I think something like that. So yeah, there'll be 3 types of hit: normal hit, miss, and critical hit. And then I can play that off like, yeah, like the luck. Or you can play it off luck and I don't know. Not sure yet. But yeah. Sorry if you'd typed that a while ago, I wasn't looking. Right, it's going to take 2 minutes. Look probably similar to AC. Character has 12 AC. Roll a 12 above to get hit. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do exactly D&D stuff. I haven't thought that far ahead on how to get a critical hit yet. Because luck's so broad, isn't it? Luck could mean getting a critical hit, or it could mean, I don't know, winning a lottery. It could reflect in like quest state if you have a good luck. You might get like, I don't know, a more optimal path through the quest or something. Because you could imagine doing something like, if you wanted to get a critical hit, bit of luck in that maybe, But if you've got high strength and they've got low constitution, that could also increase the chance of a critical hit, maybe. If you wanted it to. I don't know. I'd have to really think about that. I'll probably do some reading on, you know, D&D. Different types of tabletop RPGs. Right now, I'll just build a system and then I can change the way it works. It'll just be a formula probably at the end of the day with some randomness in it. I can change whenever I want. Okay, so I was going to actually change the name of the attribute, wasn't I? What would be a good name for this? It's a number that changes over time. Or it could be called attribute range. So it's a minimum and maximum. It has where it was, where it's going, where it is on the time. I might call it attribute range. Call that for now. That's an enormous amount of code changed right there. Should have checked it in. Hopefully it's worked. Yeah, I've played D&D. I'm not that familiar with it. I've only played it really casually with friends who are really into it. And, you know, obviously, I don't just want to copy D&D because that's D&D. Nice to think of a cool system of my own. Oh yeah, nice one. Yeah, I might watch it. A few streams of it. That's a good idea. That. Yeah, I do want to make it my own. Well, that seemed to work. So it's called attribute range now, which is still not a great name. I don't know what you'd call something. It's a min-max value that changes over time. But we'll go with attribute range only because I want to call this the attribute. And it has an attribute range in it. What's the problem here? So we've got this thing called do work. Item change HP. Change EXP. Item change HP. What is that? So it's if an item attribute world item, if a world item changes HP. Okay. Okay. Change EXP. So I think the work, we don't have a work as an attribute. That's kind of stamina, isn't it? Do work. So it uses the batteries. Okay. So we can get rid of that because that's just stamina. World item change HP. So this is if a world item has HP. I'm not sure about that. Change EXP. That can go away. Not sure about this. Put some notes. Because I'm gonna have to close. I'm gonna have to close the stream off in a few minutes. End the stream even. And we've got this, which just sends the event and the type and the context. Which is the event E attribute type, not enough energy. Attribute event type. So all these events can be probably condensed down into a value changed. Like that. We do need not enough energy as an event. Not enough stamina, really. So we've got this push event. I suppose it's a nice to have, really. Okay, let's see then. do a work. So this is push event attribute value changed. And then the actual context is the attribute changed. And we need to know the type. Which is stamina. So I think we could probably change this to attribute type. So this is the event type. This is the attribute type. Yeah, maybe we... because it's the attribute changed event. Oops. Maybe we do just get rid of push event. Gonna get rid of it. Type is attribute event type. Value changed, and the context is standard move event over, which is a change stamina event. All right. So what's the problem here? Oh yeah. Dot amount is that. Add exp. So this is the same. Attribute changed. EVT type equals attribute type exp dot amount equals change. And this is basically this. Oh. All right, I'm going to head off in a few minutes, like 2 minutes. It's kind of a stream of refactoring, really. Okay. So a push event, a level up event. So this, so an attribute is level as well. Level It's not attribute changed really. It's attribute set. All right, yes. See you next time. I'm back tomorrow. So, yeah, hopefully see you then. If not, it's okay. Take it easy, man. See you later. And this is an attribute set event. Value equals level. So maybe we could send a set and a change event. So we can send two events there. And this is a value set. Maybe not. Maybe that's just overkill. And we also want one for AP as well. Attribute changed. There and there. Amount, not change. All right, good. Right, I'm gonna have to go. But yeah, tomorrow at about 10, 9:30, 10 in the morning, British time. See you later.